Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I've won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are returning to the prison of Silent Hill 2 Remake. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat, and thank viewers for the stretch and the hydrate. It's rather considerate of you right at the start, and thank you for the mysterious figure lurking. I appreciate you joining the stream. Good morning, welcome in Furious Potato. How are you doing today? Nothing better than a nice cup of tea, right? Let's see. Was there something I wanted to say? Or wasn't? Oh yeah, even though right now it might be rather quiet in the background, later on you might hear a few noises. You see the rats are renovating around the shop, and they are making quite the noise sometimes, but hey, they need their living quarters in nice and tidy conditions. I'm good. I got a 1 wheel yesterday and I didn't die. Oh, that's great. That's a lovely start. When the bar to hit is not dying, but I can understand. Rolled an ankle and bent a knee in a way it should, but I'm alive. I think that is shouldn't, but I am happy to hear that, well, that you are alive, not the rest. I hope you will recover soon, and that your ankle and knee doesn't hurt too bad. Let me show you. And what way could you? Also, would I want to see it? Good question. But hey, you are alive and that is what matters. The board. You might have lost me there. But I'm sure I will figure it out with a bit more information. I might be a bit slow today, or on any day. But let me actually tidy up on my desk for a moment, because I'm running out of space. Look on Discord when you can. Oh, of course. Give me a moment. Oh, yes, with a bit more information, things make much more sense. So that's called an electric board that can go up to 20 miles per hour. Ooh. So it's like an electric skateboard, but instead of having 4 tiny wheels, it has one big one in the middle. Interesting idea. Even though I'm pretty sure it would require a considerable amount of balancing skill, which I do not possess. Not that a skateboard doesn't need that. But when you start with anything like this, it comes with some risks. And I guess you learn that the hard way. But hopefully you'll get better soon and better at controlling this contraption as well. Though I have to say, it's quite fast, 20 miles an hour. Absolutely, but I'm alive for now. I see that you are a fascinatingly optimistic potato with the for now part. But yeah, let's hope that stays that way for a while longer. I mean, there is a silver lining to everything, and if you were to hop onto your one wheel and I don't know, turn yourself into mashed potatoes, you could possibly sue the company. But I'm not sure that you would care much about such things at that point. So try to keep yourself in one piece and in the original configuration. Most people prefer it that way. You know, inside in and outside out. Now then, as I said today, true. Well, yes, it's true, but the thing is, I guess everyone has a different ceiling to how dangerous or risky things they are willing to do. And as I compared this to skateboarding, that is one dangerous hobby or sport. But even if you pay attention to safety and wear all kinds of helmets and padding and whatnot you need, you can still fall the wrong way. Some people take that risk. Some people say they will just walk. Live your life to the fullest. Just make sure you don't regret it. So, today we will play Silent Hill 2, and I just realized something when I started up my PlayStation 5. I love my adrenaline as much as I love my overconsumption of caffeine. Perhaps they are somehow connected. But hey, I live off of tea, so I'm pretty sure I am not one to judge. Now let's go over to the game screen, so I can show you what I realized. And that is a tiny detail. At the end of the last stream, I said that who knows, I might be able to finish this game, or at least the first playthrough of this game, under 40 hours. However, I just noticed that I already failed that, because it says 36 hours here. However, for some unknown reason, my PlayStation 5 did not count one stream as playtime, which was around 4 hours long like all the others. So I'm already at 40 hours. So maybe extend this to 50? Well, we are at 66%, so 60? But hey, who knows? We just like taking our time, and apparently we are only 26% through in Toluca prison. So let's see. Game time, maybe 70 to be safe. Yes. I always say that I'm a bit slow when it comes to games. I do like to look around and look for secrets and try out different things. But I think I'm reaching another level in this game. Just enjoy the game to its fullest, disregarding time. Yes, you are right. Even though I have to say, what amazes me about my time, even though I do stop and talk about the cutscenes in detail, that I managed to spend so much time with this game already, and I still missed things. I know for a reason that sometimes I skipped parts because I accidentally progressed further in the story or reached a new area. So a kind of perfect playthrough in which I look at everything would be even longer. But hey, that's what the second playthrough is for. And the third. And the fourth. Someone actually told me recently that this game has multiple endings, which I was aware of. I did know that the original game had at least 3 endings. There's one, the kind of normal ending, and then there are two joke endings. They are not canon, they are kind of Easter eggs of sorts. So I was aware of that. However, I learned that the original actually had 5 endings in total, and this one, this remake, added 2. So it has 7. Which means we'll be here for a long, long time. But hey, I do love this town a lot, and to be honest, I spent quite a lot of time in the Resident Evil games as well, so really, it's no surprise that this takes, well, more than I thought would. Once again, nothing changed on the main menu. That surprises me. I was somehow so convinced that because the background shows a scene or a location from the game, it would change as we progress in the story, but it seems that is not the way. Now, as a bit of a recap for my viewers and for me as well, last time we reached the society building that we were looking for. If I can show you on the map, that would be even better. I will find it. Don't you worry about it. Oh yes, here it is. So we reached the Silent Hill Historical Society building, which was rather small, but it had a long staircase leading into the ground. And after jumping down into some ominous dark holes, we ended up here in Toluca prison. How is that possible? Look, it's Silent Hill. Don't think too hard about it. We just kind of traverse this town by walking on the edge between sanity and insanity. Now, first we found a note which was talking about the gun cabinet. This one in particular. And so we went to the Headless Serpent Wing, or Serpent Section as it is called here, and explored all of this. This is actually the death row area of the prison, and after quite a lot of fighting, we actually managed to acquire the key that we needed to open the gun cabinet or rifle cabinet here, and now we have a new weapon, which will hopefully be worth the trouble. But that's not all that we got, because we also acquired a weight. Now you are probably wondering why that is so important. So let me go and show you. Oh, I love these little critters. And yes, the light switches are working with timers. Okay. Apparently I won't just be rushing through here. Noted. Well, where did that one go? Alright. Let's go and find them. It's just you and me in the darkness. Oh, ever so romantic. Now the trouble with these spiders is the fact that they can jump. Are you dead? Good. So I have to be really careful with them. Did they really go into one of the cells to hide from me? Oh! No! No, you don't do that. Just because you can crawl on the walls like a spider, you are not one. Alright, well, I found you. Good for me, I guess. Too far away, am I? Well, that's one problem solved, and hopefully all of the problem. No, there's something else here. I see you. I don't think I will ever get used to these creatures, to be perfectly honest. It's not that they are unsettling, they are lovingly so, but they are just difficult to deal with. Now, after this slight tussle with these creatures, here we are. My bad. Here we are. So this is a rather interesting puzzle of sorts. As you can see, here we have the scales of justice, and we already have two weights on it. One was here when we got here, the other one we actually found, I do believe, in the chapel right over there. However, since then we found another one in the death chamber. It was actually sitting in the electric chair. So we are able to add that to our collection. Now there are actually room for 6 of these weights, I do believe, and we only have 2 of them. So we have to figure out which one it is. Now it says medium, so I will hazard a guess that it goes here. And it does. So why this is important is because we can use the scales to open certain doors. You can see 4 symbols right around the needle, and by combining these weights we should be able to make the needle point at one of these symbols. Now it has to be quite accurate and actually point at these little green arrows. Now, the area we visited before was behind the headless serpent door, and that is the one we managed to point the needle at. Now we have to see what we can do with these 3. However, first I want to check something else, because there is the sword in the middle, right there, and it's the same color as the little arrow or teardrop shapes next to the symbols, so maybe it's possible to point at the sword as well. Also, what is rather strange is that even though there are no weights on the scale, the needle is not pointing perfectly up. It's not centered. So let's try to put the smallest weight on the right. It's not enough. Okay. And I guess this will be too much. Indeed. Well, it seems we will have to figure out how to get the sword. But first, we possibly need to open one of the other doors. Now we have the eyeless boar or the hornless ox. Other than that, there's also a bird, but I don't know where that would be. Maybe it's downstairs or upstairs, who knows. I haven't seen a door with that symbol, or maybe I missed it. But one interesting thing is that we don't necessarily have a specific goal right now. We don't have a puzzle to solve. I did find the gallows further back there, and there is a cryptic carving, stone carving there, that says, "Seek out the tales of the damned." And I think what we will need to do is find out the sins of 6 of the inmates of this prison. But thus far I found, well, not much. Only one photo, I think, a family photo, but it does not help me much with this puzzle. So instead of trying to open a specific door, let's see which one we can actually open and explore that way. Now, we already visited the serpent door, and it seems that we cannot reach the right one, which I think is the boar actually. It's rather dark when the game zooms in, I have to admit. So let's see how far we can go to the left. Not quite enough to reach the bird. I think that's a dove. So my guess is that we will have to somehow open the ox. That's not enough. So the big one is too much. But the medium and the small one... Oh, wait. Oh, so the medium gets us there and just a bit further. So let's counterbalance. No? Intriguing. So this is not it. Neither this. Alright. Well, in that case, let's try this weight and put everything on the right side. Not quite. Okay, maybe a bit on the left. Yeah! Clever! So we actually have to use all 3 of the weights. I wasn't sure about that because originally we had the small and the large one, and we got the medium since. So I was pretty sure that I would need to use the new one, the medium, because otherwise I would have been able to open this door sooner. And again, this is a rather linear game. But it seems I needed all of the weights, and I wouldn't be surprised if that will be the case with the rest of them. Great! I've been here just a few moments ago. Of course, no one really cares about that, to be perfectly honest. So we open the one with the ox. I think the ox is actually that way somewhere. Don't mind me, I'm just getting lost. It's a preferred pastime of mine. No, that's the snake. Uh-oh. Alright, come out wherever you are. They shy away from the light of my flashlight until the last moment when they jump on me. Let's see how you like this. Not much, it appears. Well, indeed the serpent was that way, and we had to go all the way around like this, and then came back on the left of the map. And here we have the hornless ox, the one that we just opened. So let's see, the light is now on and not red like it was when it was logged. And where does this lead us? Apparently to an upper floor, which makes perfect sense given that the death row section span around this door. That's rather reassuring. Will I get hit in the face from the right or the left? That's the big question. Okay. Not that it is safe to have my back to a possibly open door, but let's see where the heck we are. Block C. Alright, let's start somewhere. Apparently not there. Oh, how much I love these critters. Okay. That's possibly a problem. And a big one at that. That was a nightmarish version. Come down. Good. Wow! They stood up? I didn't know they were able to do that. Impressive. Why do I think that they were not alone? Oh, and they are actually bleeding. Sorry, it's really nothing personal. I find you all incredible, but it's my survival or yours. I don't have to dig into that toilet. I'm happy about that. Oh, what is that? Can I interact with that? Yes. It's too bad to take when they own. They said they own. The other can take. When one does own, but I cannot own. Should the warden take? No. He shouldn't own. Again, I will take. I will own. Alright. Slightly troubling words. Is there something moving within that crack? Because it sure looks like there is up in the corner there. Maybe someone tried to get out of this cell? The bars reaching into the darkness. Quite a sight. As much as these cells are tiny and claustrophobic, I do have to say I prefer being in them while the spiders are around, because hopefully they cannot get me by jumping. Oh, I thought I will be able to look at that. Apparently no. I can hear you all. Another cell. Interestingly, you can squeeze yourself through this crack in the wall from one of the cells into the other, but you can also enter both of them through the doors. I'm not sure if there's any additional reason for the added accessibility, other than maybe a way to loop around the enemies, which is always nice. Is this closed? Of course it is. Alright. I'm starting to see that I will not get out of this cell block anytime soon. Alright, apparently we need some kind of an item for this cell. What soothing sounds we hear. I look around because I might be able to find a photo or some note that could help me. C block, okay. Is this open? Finally! Haha! A save room. That's what I needed. I'm not really sure if I want to reach into a dark drawer, but I don't really have a choice. Oh! Cell block D. You see, sometimes you uncover things that you didn't even know that you needed. But I guess I will need this later on. Chair. Save point. Bullets. 5 of them. Haha. That will be enough for like 2 enemies. If I learn to aim. Morning routine. Disruption reported. C-140 yelling about C-777 haunting him. Claims bars can't hold him. Administered sedative to C-140. Noon lockup. Performed precautionary search of C-777's cell. D5. No traces found of the prisoner leaving his cell unsupervised. Recommend further psychiatric evaluation of C-140. Afternoon route. C-140 and C-777 missing from their cells. Alarm raised. Search in effect. Update. Bedroom door barred from inside. Efforts made to get them open. We don't hear anything from the other side. And for the evening lockup, we have nothing. Alright, so we are looking for 2 prisoners, C-140 and C-777, who is apparently housed in cell D5. Alright. Thank you, James, for noting it down. That is C4. Okay. That's the one that we need a door, a key to open its door. And in block D we have D5. It's a really interesting layout for a prison, I have to say. It's not even symmetrical in any way. And one of the blocks is found within another block. And indeed, the toilet and the bathroom area is barred from inside. Well, I guess we have a little mystery to solve. Or rather, to retrace the steps of these 2 prisoners in a way. So let's go and let's find out what we can. I would much rather get rid of these spiders right away, but I don't have the luxury to do that. Nor can I see them. But if you keep your guard up, they might make the wrong move and start a fight. I'm pretty sure that will lead to block D indeed. Interesting. A staircase. I'm pretty sure this will be blocked in some way, because I wasn't able to come upstairs before. Oh yes, the good old method to unlock a shortcut, and we are back. Great. Ooh, look at these stairs. They look really interesting with the arches, I have to say. Alright, spiders, I'm back. Get off the bars. It's bad manners. Good spider. Why do I think that spider is not alone? And even the shadows are playing tricks with me. For example, right there, how the lamp illuminates the cage around it almost seems like the legs of one of these spiders. But it seems they cannot quite reach me until I come out onto this little bridge. But it seems I will not be going there. Good to know. Hello there. I just realized something. I'm above the area that I already explored. So these are the same spiders, except now I'm closer to them. Not necessarily on their level just yet. Ow! They got away! Correction, they tried to get away. Alright. Let's see what else we have other than concerning noises. That we have plenty. I think this is where I came from. D block, okay. Oh, hello. Missed me. Well, it was close, I have to admit. Are things finally calming down? Wouldn't count on it. Catch me if you can. Alright, I will read this right after I get back to the safety of that guard room, because I do not want to get attacked while I'm reading, even though I'm not sure if that is even possible in this game. But let's just say that the atmosphere is strong enough that I consider it as an option. Guard's letter. Saw someone walking around past lights out again. Whichever one of you that was, do I need to remind you that you must never leave your post without prior clearance. Next time I catch you, I'm reporting you to the warden. Catch me if you can. Also, this is a response from whoever was wandering there. Even though here it seems that this guard who wrote this original message assumed that whoever was walking around was another guard. But maybe they were not. I also like how some of the words are underlined. I'm not sure if that will be important for maybe a puzzle or it's just there to add emphasis. But let's see. We went around, looked at most of the doors. They are all closed, unfortunately. So it seems that our next chance is to open this. We will not. Now this is an interesting place because this is a cell that stands by itself. So how else could I get inside it is the question. Oh, I have an idea. Even though in this darkness it's rather easy to walk past such details. Now what do we have here? Health drink. Oh, adrenaline. A toilet. Can I open it from the inside? Yeah, that wouldn't make much sense, let's be honest. I guess that's all, so it was just a hidden little area where you can find a few supplies. Now the next area I should look at is cell block D, which has two entrances. One is right here and one is on the other side of the block. Let's try this one. Oh, great. Don't mind me. Oh, no you don't. No you don't! Come back! I know where you are going. You are literally leaving a trail of blood. Oh! Don't puke on me. Don't you dare. Ow! Wow, I actually managed to back into a cell. Oh, if I only could see. Okay, this is ridiculous. I really should decide what kind of weapon I want to use before I get into a fight. Yeah, that would make sense. Rifle rounds. I will have to try out those rifle rounds. Also interesting, this is a cell without a toilet or a sink. It only has a bucket. Ooh, I like that sound effect. What's there? Is it just another spider outside? I think it is. It would be quite the surprise to walk into one of these cells and have a spider hiding on the ceiling, to be honest. But as much as they are surrounding me, I am somewhat safe within these bars. Shotgun shells. No, where are we? We have this door and we can open this as a shortcut, so it seems I chose the right entrance. And this is the cell that we have to check. Slightly different from the others. What is that? A shiv key. Huh. It's a key turned into a blade. What an idea. Hidden in the wall. What do we have here? Shame you didn't find it. Shouldn't you know this place better than I do? Now it's too late. I'm going for a walk. Clever boy. Here's your reward. I'm gonna pay a visit to my friend. We could both use a bat. Oh, so it seems that one of the prisoners was threatening the other one, as we know from the guards' reports. And even though they searched this cell, they couldn't find anything. No, I think the record actually said that they couldn't find any signs of the inmate leaving his cell without permission, but they obviously couldn't or didn't find the hidden box in the wall with the shiv. And that is what the inmate is mocking them for in this message. And I guess the clever boy is once again a message to the guards. Once they find the hidden area behind the padded walls, or the padding on the walls more specifically. And I think how this happened was they searched this cell, they couldn't find anything, and then this inmate wrote this message, left it here, and took the other prisoner to the bathroom and barred the door. And so when the guards noticed the two people missing, they started looking around, and this prisoner knew they would find this note but too late. And these words actually confirm that he went to the bathroom or took the other prisoner there. Really cleverly written. I'm gonna pay a visit to my friend. We could both use a bath. It's rather sinister how he refers to someone he wants to hurt as his friend, and how he, in a subtle way, mentions the location where he will carry out the attack. Though it is somewhat confusing once again whom this message is addressed to, because sometimes it almost feels like that the messages are directly addressed to James, which wouldn't make much sense. And the other thing is, if the shiv is in the box, then what is he brandishing? But maybe he made 2 weapons and left one here just to mock the guards. Who knows? Also, whose blood is that? But I feel like we will get more answers if we go to the bathrooms. The question is, how exactly are we supposed to do that? Because here, even though it does mention the bath or the bathroom, we only found the shiv, no key. Here's your reward. What is that exactly? What will I be able to do with this makeshift blade? Will I be able to open this? I don't think so, but let's try. I mean, it is a key. Apparently it still works. I thought it was worn down and sharpened enough that it would lose its ability to open the lock, but apparently no. And now we'll see what took place in the bathroom. Not quite there yet. He's coming. I know he is. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. He'll get in, he'll get in. I still have time. I can make it. Almost through, but he's close. I can feel it. He's coming to finish it. So this was the other prisoner who told the guards that he feels threatened and in danger. And just like how the report mentioned that he said the bars can't hold him, that idea returns here. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. So it seems this prisoner tried to escape, not necessarily from prison, but from this other prisoner. Let him come. Interesting. Now, if this message and both sides of this page were written by the same person, then that would mean that at first he tried to get away and then he changed his mind and decided to go up against the other inmate. It almost sounds like that he set a trap. Let him come. But let's see what he thought could save his life. Also, as I mentioned, the paranoid inmate, as this note was called, he said here that the other one is coming to finish it, implying that it was something that started before, as if he tried to kill him before. And on the bloody note in the padded room, he said that he will pay a visit to his friend. So perhaps they knew each other even from before they went to prison. And it's some old disagreement that is coming to an end here. Well, there's only one way to find out. Through the toilets. I like how even the little area with the pipes between the walls is outlined on the map, but just faintly, so you can't quite make it out if you don't know that it's there. Alright, that is a filthy looking bathroom. Seriously, even here the lights are on timers. I understand you want to cut the electricity bill, but come on. Now then, let's go and check every single toilet, because I am 97.8% sure there will be something hiding in one of them. Excuse me? Let's just move on to the next one. That's fine. Where's the toilet? Okay. Now, nothing here. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? Oh, I knew it. There would be something. Luckily not in, but on one of the toilets. Perhaps in the sinks. No. Nothing here. Nothing here. This is where I crawled in. Again, apparently the toilet is just missing. And this is how the door was barricaded. Oh, what's that? A bit of a picky interaction point, I see. They won't save you. I guess this was carved into these tiles by the attacker, and by they, he was talking about the guards. Ah, bullets! In a bathroom. In a prison. totally normal. Sink, 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 and more sinks. Okay, anything on this side? No surprise. Okay, well, I guess there's only one bathroom stall. There's only one toilet stall remaining. Okay, I know you are there. Sorry, wrong one. I know you are there. Okay. Apparently last time they just didn't notice me somehow. But hey, a good old fight after all the spiders is a welcome change. Oh yes, that's where it gets fun. Oh, you're already done. No fun whatsoever. Okay. But it seems that's all there is to this toilet area. Moving on. Is that a nurse? Is that a blade in her hand? This is tricky because the developers placed that nurse there for a reason. It's just too obvious. So if I pay attention to her, something will jump me. I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry, miss. That's strange. Where the heck am I again? Oh, showers. Okay, let's check the changing room first. Seems pretty empty. Oh, a note. I told you, I told you, I told you, I told you. Didn't listen. He's here! Alright, so their cat and mouse game led to the showers. I'm getting way too many rifle rounds here. It's almost as if a boss fight is coming up. And I have to admit, the shower area does look like an arena for such. You okay down there? Alright, now let's look for that switch and see what we have here. I'm coming in. Someone there. Well, somewhere. Nurses. Yay! Dead bodies that can get up at any moment. Yay! A possible death trap. Yay! Alright, I guess we're looking around. Can I jump over here at least? Yes, I can! Lovely! I guess I have more mobility than I thought. Bugs. Okay. If all of these enemies get up, I am done for. But it seems there's only one enemy active at the time being. Or another one of these Aztec looking stone carvings. I have no idea what they are, but I've seen a few of them already. Hopefully the game will explain later on. Now I have a somewhat clever and equally suicidal idea, and that is I take my hunting rifle and try to get a headshot on that nurse. James of all trades! Wow! That worked better than I anticipated. Much better. Okay, well. We are safe for now, until all the rest of the bodies decide to get up because they are bored of being dead. Being dead is rather boring. Just ask any of the zombies you know. Now, do we have any notes around here? Bullets? It's a fairly large area, so I have to be looking around carefully. The other thing is, even if all of these creatures will not get up, the fact that they are all dead is rather worrying. Because what killed them? I mean, yes, there was one nurse here, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't one psychotic nurse that managed to got all of these creatures. Okay, what's here? A hole. What is it with James and reaching into unknown holes? Really? I mean, first in a toilet, then a bedroom, then the showers here. I mean, I don't kink shame, but there are some health concerns. But I guess I have no choice. Yeah, let's get in there. What's the worst that can happen? Well, James gets his arm bit off. Let's go. It's also interesting how, because of the dynamic lighting, when James moves, the flashlight on his chest also moves, and so the bugs came back and gathered around this hole. Alright, what did we find this time? A heavyweight! How screwed are we? can't tell just yet. Okay, we know that angering all of the enemies in a given area is not the right way to go. So let's remain calm and collected. Ow! How did I miss that? Why is there a cage here? I've been saving up for this moment. Alright. Well, wasn't the prettiest, but it worked. It's also not helping that they don't all get up. Or not at the same time, I'm not sure, honestly. Oh, ma'am, drop that. You next? Oh, come on, drop it. You drop it too. Oh, look at you two. So beautiful. But we're not done yet. No, you are not getting away. And again, the beauty of how detailed this game is, I knew right away that this creature was not dead because they were lying on their stomach, and before they die, they actually turn around and arch their back to explode into a fountain of acid. Oh! Oh my beauty! I'm so sorry for all of this. Nah. Let's get out of here. Oh! Would you look at that? The doorway is cleared. And I guess we are back in Spider County. How delightful. Now we did find one of the weights, and we did learn about two of the inmates, even though I didn't really find anything in the showers that would confirm what happened. I guess one of the prisoners killed the other, but why? I still don't know. Also, all of these doors are probably still locked. Yeah. Oh, hello there. You're not afraid of heights. Oh, you! No. Calm down. You tried to sneak up on me. And I mean, it worked. I have to give you props for that, but it won't work for long because I have other things to do. Oh, lovely. You know what? Just please stay down. You won't blow up, I know you're a normal one. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the door that I'm looking for is here. And actually, one interesting thing that I just realized, every time I return to the scales and change the configuration of the weights, the door that I unlocked closes, which makes perfect sense. Sorry, I had to deal with them. Now that would mean that if I want to return, I would have to rearrange the weights into the same combination again and again, and that would be tiresome. So the developers came up with a rather ingenious idea, and that is, every time we unlock a new area with one of these doors, we get a shortcut as well. So with the headless serpent right here, we went from that door, which is now closed, all around, then back right there on the left, and opened a shortcut right next to the armory. With the hornless ox, we unlocked the door down here, again next to the armory, just on the right side, and we could go up on the staircase to this area, and we mostly looked all around here. But you might remember in the middle there was that staircase, and with that we unlocked the shortcut right here in the middle, right between block B and A. So every area has a shortcut, and once we get access to that area, if we pay attention and open all the doors, then we will be able to return to all of these places even after removing the weights and locking the doors through which we originally gained access to them, which is really clever. But now we have another weight, and where the heck is that thing? Here it is. I thought it was more to the left. Last time I went straight and I ran into the gallows and I had to turn left. No, I had to turn right. Am I losing my mind? It should be dead ahead of the doors. I think I am losing my mind. Oh, never mind. Now, let's see. We have the heavy weight. Now, we had the heaviest weight already. Let's return these. I have to admit, this area might be a bit too dark. I think the developers should have added some kind of a light source to these puzzles, because sometimes it's difficult to see what you're doing. As much as I understand that we are in complete darkness here. So we have this medium and the very heavy one, so the heavy will probably be in between. Now the question is, where will we go with that? Well, let's start with the same idea and put everything on the right one. And maybe a bit back. I don't think this will be enough to counterbalance it, but maybe. Would you look at that? We have access to the door with the eyeless boar symbol. Where will that take us? Good question, but I am happy that I did predict something correctly, and that was the order of the maps. Because you see, we got quite a lot of maps for the prison, and they are not in a logical order. Because we have the first floor main section, then the first floor serpent section, then the second floor, then back to the first floor, then the third floor. That doesn't really make sense. And my guess was that I will be able to visit these areas in the order in which these maps appear in our inventory, and I was correct, at least it seems. We started here in the main section, then we went to the serpent section, then to the second floor. We've been there. Yeah, there was a hole there, now it has a check mark. You know, it's a pretty perverted thing to put a check mark on every hole that you fisted. But I mean, it has a charm to it. And then we have the boar section. Okay. Let's see. What will jump on me this time? The door should be on my right. Are you dead? Hopefully. Once again, the light is on. And we are free to go. And we're already near danger. But at least, finally, we have a nice low ceiling. So we don't have to worry about the spiders too much. Not much here, okay. Now based on the map, this should be the warehouse, I think. Yeah. Okay. It's closed. That's fine. Are you in there? I can't see anything. Oh! Wait. Did you just come from there? Where are you going? Aren't we fighting? Come on. Now turn into a nice fountain of bile and die. Thank you. Now wait a moment. If that is the warehouse and they were in there and then got here, then there has to be a way back. You have survived, indeed. And welcome in, Schmoozer. Thank you so much for the care package. Oh, a bit of a hydration. And a good stretch. That is always healthy. Don't forget to stretch your back yourself. A lovely bit of tea. And even a nice little head massage. Thank you. Oh, even a hug? You are spoiling me. I feel like James is in need of a hug at this point. He's been through a lot. That was nice. Now let's see if we can really go and find a way that this creature used to get into the warehouse. Oh! Oh, there's a back door, I see. That explains it. What do we have here? This place looks a lot like a place where a photo would be hidden. At least I think. I have a sneaking suspicion. Don't mind me. I know you are standing there. It's okay. I know, James, it's nerve-wracking, but don't judge them. They want to be part of the furniture. Why not? I mean, they have quite the legs. I wouldn't mind a table or a chair with such legs. Oh, I see you're the feisty type. No, no. Oh, ho, ho. Wanna get up? No? Not much of a fight. But hey, I still get hit, so I have much room to improve. I honestly cannot believe that all of these shelves are here for nothing. Oh, what's that? Oh, a photo. Well, this is not where I thought it would be, but it is here. Old man's always prepared? 23. I'm still confused about these photos. But hey, we achieved what we wanted. Explode the warehouse and even open the shortcut. But what's here? Oh, a staircase leading up. That's why it kind of just leads into nowhere on the map. But unfortunately it's blocked. Even though the zigzag line is kind of in the wrong spot. Because you can get into this corner, you just cannot get through that barred door. It's also interesting why they put the shaft there. They could have just had the door be closed, but I guess they wanted to make it more varied. Instead of just having closed doors, have something physically blocking the player's way. Okay, what's this? Unmarked room. I love those. James? Oh, it's closed. Sorry, I can't really see much around here. It's a tad bit too dark. Ooh, what do you have there? Also, what is in there? All the windows are covered with this green fabric. Oh, another mystery. Incident at the infirmary. D-183 assaulted medical staff. Attempted to steal medication. Situation under control. Rumors of disease among the prisoners. Reported to administration. E-130 had a coughing fit. Reported to medical staff. So we have Z183 and E130. The lovely part of learning about these prisoners is that James does not write down these numbers or names. He doesn't collect these reports, so we won't be able to look at them in our inventory, which I hope will not make our life much more difficult. Also, I have to admit, this is a really strange part of this prison, with all the angles around. Alright, what is this room? These are medical rooms? That's why there are these blinds or curtains? Ooh, this looks different. I almost feel like I'm back in the nightclub because of the red wallpaper. But I think this is actually the visiting area. A visitation room, indeed. Alright, who is waiting for me? You! Wow. I guess the idea was that if someone just walks past this open window, they would get a face full of bile. A rather unpleasant surprise. Yeah, I cannot read that. Maybe I have to flip it. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, it's written on the other side of the page because it was taped onto the glass. Oh, that's so clever. Guards think we're lepers now. Don't know why, but they stay away. I don't complain. I see. So there were indeed rumors that there was some illness spreading around in the prison. Well, I guess now we'll get to see the side of the free world. Oh, how considerate. Someone took some bullets. I guess a sort of gift to the prisoner. Not sure how they got it past security. What's that? Possibly not somewhere I can get to. No, absolutely no. Look, I was beaten, puked on, hit, bludgeoned, sliced, but enough with the bugs. I have no trouble with bugs. I find them rather fascinating in horror because of their somewhat disturbing appearances, but I find it slightly embarrassing that I get hit by bugs. That, I feel like, is the one enemy that I should be able to defeat somewhat reliably. Oh, what an interesting painting. I'm not sure if it was created this way or the paint is actually peeling off. Alright, someone is brewing with anger. Or something else. But if this is part of the civilian area. I guess there shouldn't be any bars here. And once again we are in the women's bedroom. Actually, let me test my theory once again. Can I go into the men's bedroom? Yes! Intriguing! Now, originally I said that for some odd reason, every time we reach an area with gender-specific bedrooms or toilets, we can only enter the women's one and not the men's, because that is either logged or blocked or somehow inaccessible to us. Last time, actually within this prison, when we ran into such bedrooms, they were both locked, but here they are both open. Lovely. Now let's see, I don't want to save just yet, thank you. Anyone inside? Is it occupied? Come on. Alright. Well, let's check the women's one then. Anyone in here? Oh, health drink. And logged. Hello? Not much. Just broken mirrors. Okay, I have to admit that got me. Lady, please come out. That was wonderful. Perhaps it was nothing more than just a little scare. Even though it's interesting because I've been in that bedroom before. But it only played now. Maybe because I tried to open the door. However, here I anticipate a scare because we have the save point right across those doors. And I always wondered if the save screen is interactive. So we will see James, and my idea is that when I save, perhaps one of those doors will burst open. No? I'm still waiting for that. But that scream, that was good. Alright, what do we have here? We need a key for that, but that will possibly be our way upstairs. Sorry, didn't want to disturb you. It's okay. Reap what you sow. I guess that's the whole mentality of a prison is. He locked himself in, took the key. None of the COs got a spare, but I know there is one. He was going nuts over the disease. See if the head nurse doesn't have it. Think he's safe up there. He'll get what's coming. I guess it's one of the prisoners he's talking about. The COs are the correctional officers, I think, the prison guards. Though it's slightly odd to me that this area should be more of the civilian part, because this is on the other side of the visitation room. So we have the toilets for visitors, we have a break room. Why would there be inmates here? And another intriguing thing, why are nurses so often staring at the TV screens? I don't understand that, but it's not the first time. I have no clue which way she is going. This one! Oh! I'm sorry, ma'am. I really am. All the killing I'm doing, I'm starting to feel bad for these poor creatures. Well, it seems she wasn't alone. Perhaps she was the head nurse, the note mentioned. Excuse me? Never mind, I'll go around. Uh-oh. Sorry for this. They are such beautiful creatures, and what do I turn them into but a bloody mess? Oh, welcome in, Vivian. Nice indeed, you reached a 5-stream... No, a 7-stream streak. Thank you so much, and I got bonked on the head. I dare you to bonk me again. Okay. Oh, hey. No. Ow. Okay. That's trouble. Sorry, I need to take my meds. I just hope the other one will not get up, because otherwise this will be a really, really painful encounter. Ow! Stop it! James, would you mind not doing that? Thank you. Going to lurk a bit, have fun, thank you so much. As you can see, I'm pretty preoccupied with the ladies. Now let's see what we have here. The TV. Can I break the TV? Oops. You know, it was just one of those destructive ideas. I didn't really think it would work. Sorry. Let's leave before they notice. Bullet. Not much here. Not much here either. This is a maze. Alright, so this is a part of the break room, which seems to be an administration office of sorts. Regarding the emergency medical examination report, the report's conclusions are incorrect. The prisoners are sick. Examinations are to be repeated until their condition is properly diagnosed. Use more invasive methods if necessary. Ooh, that does not sound good. We must know the true nature of this affliction. All else is secondary. Who signed this? Also, it's really interesting that someone overruled the medical experts' findings, stating that the conclusion is incorrect. I wonder what this whole thing was about. Oh, this is... Your work saved lives. This is one of the counts for employees and prisoners, I think. We've seen one of these, even though that was more eligible. Okay, so here we can go around. We've been here. Yeah, we're not going there. Oh, what are you? Okay, we have a lighter in the bottom left corner. We have a horseshoe, a piece of metal, a bowl, and what are those curved pieces like fangs? And they are all covered in a thick layer of paint. Alright. That's puzzling. Yeah, that's where we've been. And this is the infirmary. And I guess the question mark is where the head nurse might be, who was supposedly in possession of the backup key. Oh, that's already broken. Toluca Prison, new rules of conduct, effective immediately. Number 1. Guards are to keep their distance from the prisoners at all times. I guess this was in response to this outbreak of this mysterious illness. Any attempts of approaching the guards by the prisoners are to be met with immediate disciplinary action. Prisoners are to be confined to their cells until further notice. So indeed, as one of the prisoners wrote on that message to a visitor, the guards keep their distance from them and consider them to be sick. Interesting. Well, if we will learn anything about whatever happened here, it's probably in the infirmary, so we are in the right location. Don't know why we have bullets in the infirmary, but I'm not complaining. Though I would like to find perhaps some medical items here. That would make a bit more sense in my opinion. Oh goodness. Let's go around and... Okay, I see I cannot go around. To the infirmary! Okay, mostly no one here. So if there is an enemy somewhere, they must be hiding. Come out. I will not say that I won't hurt you because I don't want to lie to you. So just come out. Oh, I think we found the head nurse. I wanted to test if a body shot would kill them from the rifle. Apparently not, but it is still a considerable amount of damage that the rifle can deal. I don't see anything here. So I guess this room will have to give us the solution. I really thought someone was standing there. Apparently no, it was just the tiles reflecting the flashlight's glow. Okay, what do we have here? Repeat examination report conclusions. None of the examined show any clinical sign or symptom of a life-threatening illness, contagious or otherwise. The recommended endurance tests were also performed. The results have been submitted directly to the warden as per his specifications. So I guess we will have to go to the warden's office to find out about the results and just what those endurance tests were really like. Why are we doing this? Great question. Also, it's interesting that the note was named unfinished report. So maybe there's more to this entire plague. And here is the backup upper floor key. Well, let's go. It's interesting how many windows we had near the infirmary that we could have used to jump over and get out of harm's way. But there wasn't much of a fight. I mean, there was one nurse, but the game has thrown many more than one at us at a time before. Well, here we go. We know of possibly an inmate who logged himself in up here because of this plague. Candles. Not exactly what I was expecting. Oh! Oh! We got here! Back to the second floor. Above the main cells. Oh! And this is above the chapel. That's why there are candles. It's fascinating how the map is created. It works so well in 3 dimensions. Well, I already cleared out this area. Not that it means much. Alright. It's just you and me now. Ho ho, nice one! But not quite good enough. Come on, give me your best! Because I will do my worst. And here we have a shortcut. I said a shortcut. Thank you, James. Not that I have to go there just yet. Oh, well, hello there. How did you manage to miss that? Merciless. Yes. Yes, you have to be merciless in these areas. I guess that is a trophy for stomping. During the previous stream I said that I don't think there could be many more trophies for combat because we already had one for melee and one for range combat, but I guess stomping is a unique way to fight. Now what I want to check here, however, is that door to the left. I thought you wanted to attack me. Apparently no. Oh, it's still locked. Don't see any other way in there. You okay? Alright, I help you out of there. Come on. Pop out of there. Stop shaking. Stop it! There are no room for bugs in this game. Except the little bitey ones. Maybe through this wall I could get in there? Don't see any way, honestly. And if you look closely, you can see that this area and that locked room actually don't share a wall, so there has to be another way around. I just don't know from where. Maybe from the floor above. So let's go to floor number 3. Even though if that prisoner or whoever it was logged themselves in by locking that door that we got through on the first floor, the guards could have just went around and end up in the same spot through blocks C and D. But maybe that door was also locked, just like it was for me. Well, where the heck are we? Warden's office. Lovely. And this is locked. It's it's rather interesting how James knows in advance which doors are locked just by looking at them or walking past them. Alright. But I did not pull out the metal pipes, so someone is nearby. Or something is. Okay. What's hiding here? Are you kidding me? There is a timed light switch even in the warden's office? Oh, hello there. Apparently that was what concerned poor James. Well, let's see. Not much here. Maybe a photo. Bullets. Useful, but not exactly something that helps me figure out the mystery here. Okay, let's save, why not? If we are here, we might as well. Okay. Now, what was the warden hiding here? Okay, let's read. Sick, 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 sick. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that this will help us much. There are points here. On the bottom you can see 1, 2, and 3, so maybe those are the responses in this emergency situation that we read in one of the notes around the infirmary. But no, this will not help us much. However, I can move around here. I can actually write. But what should I write? And there's also a shift key. Now why I press the shift key is because it actually changes between upper and lower case. So it shouldn't write anything. But it seems no matter what I press, for example I press D here, it will just keep writing sick. Lightweight. Hey! That's rude. Don't call me a lightweight. Don't call them a lightweight. I also like how there is a little magnifying glass on this typewriter. I have to admit I haven't seen such a thing before, but I can't imagine it existing. It would be a clever little addition. However, I did not learn anything about this patient once again. In every area we read the reports and follow the clues, but instead of actually figuring out who those prisoners were or what happened to them. We only managed to progress further. So maybe we don't have to learn about them. Maybe the gallows is a puzzle for later on and I just misunderstood what I have to do. Oh, little bug. Well, I guess let's go back. I could have went the shorter way, now that I think about it, but it's fine. I could not get in there. That's the tiny room next to this visitation room, but I don't think that is actually somewhere we can go, since it's not even outlined on the map. Another interesting thing is, in each area we have, it seems, one room that we cannot unlock yet. I wonder what's up with those. Now, before I close this door, however, let me think for a moment. If I want to come back here later on, I will be able by going to the second floor and using the shortcut that I found. So this area will not be logged for me. I want to make sure that I keep the areas open in case I need to backtrack, because I feel like it will be needed. But for now... Wow! I'm getting better at this aiming thing. Oh, you. Come on, get out of there. James, are you serious? You can't hit a dead thing? How are you missing such a target? It's a darn miracle you are still alive. Alright. Now we have the lightweight, which... well, we'll go somewhere. We'll figure that out soon. But before we do that, I want to figure out something. We unlocked the serpent, the ox, and the boar. Here we had the serpent, the ox, and the boar. But where is the fourth one? Where is the bird? Did I miss that? It wouldn't be impossible, given how dark this area is, and how I cannot seem to keep it safe. Also, this room is just locked. But if it's not here, then I have an idea where it could be. Because you see, there is a basement. Except I didn't want to go down to the basement. Not because there are horrifying things waiting for us. I mean, that's pretty obvious. This is a horror game after all. Yes. I was stoking. Thank you. But because I didn't really have a reason to go down there, I was waiting for the game to tell me to do so. But I guess it's time we take a look. And it seems here it is. The birdie. Toluca Prison Basement. I'm curious what this will be called. My guess is a dove. Wingless dove, yes. You just can't accept that you're dead, now can you? Alright, so let's try to put our new piece in place. Now it is called lightweight, so I'm assuming it's the smaller one. No, it wasn't. But apparently, even if you choose the wrong spot, James will automatically place it into the right one. Okay, so we have to reach the dove. So we put all the heavy weights on the left and maybe go a bit back to the right. Not quite. Okay. Makes sense after all. If I was able to solve this puzzle with only these 3 weights, there was no point to going to these 2 areas. Let's see, put this here and maybe this here. Not quite. Put this on the left and this on the right. Yeah. Indeed, you need all of them. And in a way, that predictability helps solve the puzzle. That pattern, once you recognize it, no, you are not going there. I will be not looking for you in this open space. Not at all. Now. Ah! You little... You! Cleaning out this prison would be perhaps an impossible thing. The light turned from red to bright white, and we reached one of the last areas of the prison. We are making great progress today. This is the basement, and intriguingly there are cells down here as well, but there are these circular shapes, perhaps pillars? We'll see. Hopefully this will not collapse behind us. Me and my big mouth. Alright, well, I guess we are stuck here. What a surprise, but at least it's a low ceiling. Less spiders to worry about. Let's look at these cells one by one and figure out what we need to do. Or perhaps we should use what we've learned thus far and first go to the guard's office, which I'm assuming is this one. Except it's closed. I know I said that the rest of the prison was already depressing, but this is on a whole other level. The basement level. Have drink. I appreciate that. I wonder where all of this water is flowing from. I know that we are underground, but the cell blocks are literally above us. Oh! A little window to peek in. I wonder what will jump scare us. I cannot tell you how nerve-wracking it is to look around here. And the beauty of it is the fact that nothing happened. Okay. They go hide, that's fine. Ooh, F4. There is something here as well. A burning building? Actually, it says burning man, I think. I think in the bottom right corner. Burning man, indeed. I guess that's the title of this painting, and it's not the only one. Woman in flight. Paint splatters everywhere. And what is this? A gathering of some sort? 436 people at a recital. I would not be surprised if the number of figures actually added up to 436. Maybe that number will be important. But for now it seems to be just another detail, making this world all the more fascinating. Where is that light coming from, I wonder? I guess this is the opposite of a padded room. And there's a note there. What kind of a room is this? What kind of a place is this? And I think there's a weight on that blanket and perhaps a key on the ground among the spikes. Well, I guess I know where I have to go. Question is, how will we get there? I know you're in there. I saw you walk in there. Okay, this is one of the better rooms, I guess. As much as it is no way to treat a human being. Oh. I guess we found a way into the cell next door. But I would prefer to first figure out what's lurking around here, because I can clearly hear something moving. Yes, that's closed. That's actually a good thing, because that means there's only one entrance to that cell. And that means we should be somewhat safer in here. Now, if logic holds, this is still closed. Yes, it is. Love it. Consistency. What happened to that? Someone tried to open it? But if they were able to bend that thick sheet of steel, they could have easily broken the lock. Let's see where we end up now. This should be the first floor. Why is that lamp in a little chimney? This is a crate that was probably there, but someone broke it off. But why would there be an access hatch with a ladder here? But I guess we got our shortcut for this area. Indeed, the door we couldn't open. And now we know that underneath our very feet there's another floor. And perhaps these puddles are the ones that are slowly dripping down into the dark depths. Oh, I thought there was something there, but that was just one of the rocks reflecting the light. Brilliant how the engine works. And the red lamp showing that indeed this door and this cell is closed, even though only that cell seems to have such a lamp. So somehow this is special. I guess it's not necessarily a cell, it's just an access point. The question is, why would you want to have a secondary access point when you have the main staircase? But I guess it is good to have a backup. Are you still in there? I take that as a yes. I'm sorry, but I have to look at your spiky room. Oh! You don't mess around. No, you are staying down. As much as I adore your appearance, I am not taking chances. Now the question is, will it hurt to step into this room? I guess the answer is not, because James is wearing shoes. But let me tell you, imagining that door getting shot on me in this room, surrounded by spikes and darkness. That is a terrifying thought. Not to mention, this door is completely solid. It's not even the usual bars that you can at least see a glimpse of the outside world through. This area seems more like solitary confinement, and a really twisted version of it, as much as even the real concept is inhumane. Oh, what's that? A mug. So what is this area then? This is just a small room? Or is this a cell as well? Perhaps these were cells as well, but the bars are missing. Oh, hello in there. Don't want to disturb you if I don't have to. Yes, I've looked at this. Terrific hiding spot. Keep up the good work. Okay, got it. Oh, don't mind me. Okay, they do. Look, I really tried to be nice about this. Hey! Stop it. You can't just jump on someone. That is not acceptable behavior. Not at all. I hope you remember that. Now let's drink to that. Okay, you're dead. Okay, where are we now? Another cell. What? What was that? What are these drawings? What's with the candles? And the goblets? And the old books? Okay, let's just pretend that we didn't hear a thing. Wait, it goes even deeper? Alright. I'm really sorry, but I kinda have to look around here. I know, I don't want to fight you, but look at the game forcing me to hurt you. Ow! Don't really have room to move around here, which is a problem. Nothing in the bucket, nothing in the sink, nothing on the bed. I heard that poor thing for nothing, really. Okay, at least you have a half drink. I know you're standing there. You are pretty. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Wow, what a move. Oh. That was clever. You can't go back there. I need to check that place. I am really sorry about this. Alright, you're dead. Well, not alright at all. But what can I do? Well, maybe I should stop killing all the creatures around, but... I want to look around. Oh! Hey! I tried to avoid looking at you. Wait, something moved in the background. Probably just imagining things. I never know when you want to jump and when you're just snarling at me. I don't know what you're doing actually. Okay. You know, once upon a time I was somewhat worried whenever I had to fight one of these creatures. But now I just find the fight rather exciting and fun. Somewhat of a twisted thing. Well, okay, we looked around and well, we actually found nothing, which is, well, not good. The only one thing that we found is a hole in the wall. Also, I still don't know where that light is coming from. Wait a moment. There is an area surrounded by F4, F14 and F12. A little room that is not connected to any of the surrounding corridors? That's suspicious. Alright. But I guess I have no choice, once again. This is a game where you really start to wonder if you ever have a choice. Or ever had to begin with. Yeah, you stop chanting whatever you are chanting. And here we are. In the guard's room. I think this is the guard's room. Bullets. How nice. And a private cell. Oh, I could have taken a peek inside here. I didn't know this was actually the side of the guard's room, but no, it makes sense. Oh, so the place is falling apart. Do I want to go in there? Possibly not. I guess that's the door, because, well, that is missing. Quite literally. Oh, and here we can open the doors remotely. But first, let's read. Due to recent acts of inmate violence, prisoner D239 has been transferred to solitary confinement, cell F6. So I was right that these cells are the solitary confinement cells, just taken to a whole another level of brutality. So F7 we cannot open, but well, it's already open. So let's open both of them, because curiosity will be my undoing. Now there was nothing in those cells. No enemies, no creatures, no bodies, no nothing. So in theory they should be empty. This was a completely empty room. I even looked inside, and indeed it is a completely empty room. I was secretly hoping that I would find something, but apparently no. So you see, I said where is that light coming from, and it's coming from an area that I cannot access in any way. Let's see what's in here. So there is no key, that was just something reflecting the light. Here's a note. I am sorry, I am so sorry, I couldn't let them take you. And now you're still there, aren't you? Confession. Well, based on this, I don't really know what this prisoner is confessing to. I couldn't let them take you. So they killed someone so they wouldn't be arrested? You're still there. Or they let themselves be arrested so they could get away? I'm really not sure. But because this is in a solitary confinement cell, and the guard's report said that the inmate was transferred here because of violence, maybe this person is confessing to why he was acting violent within the prison. I couldn't let them take you, so maybe they had a friend in the prison and they were defending them? Or you is not person, but an object, or perhaps an animal, and they were defending them. That would explain the question about are you still there? Because that object was left there and was not taken. The lightest weight. No. Well, at least the walls are not closing in, so... that's a good thing, I guess. You know what? Let's bring out the big guns. Yay! They are behind me, aren't they? No? Then what was this sound? The door opening? Who's there? I have a shotgun. I'm not afraid to use it. If I don't run out of bullets, that is. I just realized that I actually cannot go back the way I came. Not because the weights getting rearranged and the door closing, but because the rubble collapsed when I squeezed through there. Also, this is not at all reassuring. Don't you hate it when you kill something and they just get up and leave? But hey, we're out of here. Well, the basement. Goodness. Did I really kill this many creatures? I have to admit I don't remember it, but I really leave a trail of bodies in my wake. Except for the ones that disappear. Oh, it's raining! And I can finally see something! Yay! And I can return the last weight, the lightest one. And get these off. I said off. And there you go. Now my question was, or my idea here, that you could make the needle point at the sword. Is that really part of the puzzle? I don't know. I am hoping that it would be kind of a little secret-ish Easter egg. But honestly, I feel like it's the next step in our adventure, and also perhaps the first step with this gallows puzzle. So let's try to do exactly that. Now the needle should be more to the right, just a bit. So if we need to use all of the weights, then we should put the heaviest one on the right and then the slightly smaller one on the left, and then continue the pattern. Or we can just put a tiny one on the right, but that's actually not enough. So maybe that's where this lightest weight comes in. No, that's not enough either. So let's try this one. That's too much. But in that case, maybe my original idea is the way to go. We're close. No, too much actually. That's too much. Okay, like this. Not quite. There we go. Execution lever. So indeed that was also part of the puzzle. I love how in this game every time I have an idea that seems, by today's standards when it comes to video games, a bit complex or a bit more hidden. It turns out to be just part of the game. I am so amazed how clever this game really is. And again, the puzzles are not that confusing. It's not that. But somehow they are so intuitive. You just kind of figure out what you need to do just by purely inspecting your surroundings and paying attention to details. And many times it's just out of curiosity. Like, I see something and I wonder, can I do that? And it turns out to be something that is indeed possible, which is quite a rare thing in modern games, because when it comes to newer titles, everything that you can do in the game is told to you, either by notes or your missions or a tutorial. It's rather rare that there is something that you just kind of figure out yourself, or you just stumble upon it because you are curious. Of course, there are still secrets, there are collectibles, but they are specifically made to be hidden. Whereas here, everything is kind of hidden. They are just part of the world. And you just have to figure it out. This puzzle, for example, with the scale, had really no description. Nothing was explained to the player. You just see the symbols, you see the weights, you see the same symbols on the doors, and you kind of figure out that, well, if I put the weights on the scale and the needle points at the symbol, the door with the same symbol will open. It's rather simple. You don't need any outside help or outside information, but it's not just given to you. You actually have to work just a bit. And in my opinion, that makes the game much more rewarding. Because when you actually do something, you feel like you accomplished something. Even if the design of the game makes figuring out things not too difficult. But you weren't told what you had to do. You just figured out, most of the time, the only one thing that you could do. So it's not like you have a million choices and you were so smart that you made the right call. But still, you used your head to actually progress in a video game. And I feel like in more modern games that kind of got lost throughout the years. Now then, the question is, now that I can run backwards? I never realized that. I always turned around to run, but I can just run backwards. Why did I never try that? Well, it's a really silly thing. You can easily trip, but still. Okay. Well, we have the lever. And now we have to figure out this puzzle. Okay, so this part says, pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end. Choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales, think upon each sin, or let blind fate choose, let the judgment begin. So my idea here is we will have to choose one of these 6. Damned prisoners, and we have 2 options. We either seek out their tales, so we actually learn about what they did, what crimes they committed, think upon each sin, and based on that choose the one justified. So we either have to find the one who is not guilty, or the one whose sin or crime is justified to a certain degree, or just choose randomly and let fate choose. Now, I thought that we would learn about the prisoners as we explored the prison, but as I said, I didn't uncover much. However, there are also little signs down there, and I can choose each of them. Oh, I can even go up here. Oh, that's convenient. Alright, so we have to find the prisoner whose sin is justified. Let's try. Now each number represents one of the nooses hanging behind us. And it seems that half of the tales of these prisoners are already set next to the numbers. The other half we have to figure out ourselves. Alright. For your grace I do not plead, for the flames I did not set free. Sisters shrieked and children cried. No one made it out alive. Okay, so someone set a fire, but they did not plead guilty because they state that they didn't start the fire. Sisters shrieked and children cried. No one made it out alive. That might talk about a school because of the children, but sisters. Sisters as in religion? So it might have been a religious school. Now what could be the other half of this story? My only daughter, joy of days, they wanted to take you away. Hush, little baby, and be still. If I can't have you, no one will. I think I know what this will be, but this is not the one. In truth, he was less man than beast, and on my flesh and soul he'd feast. My will to live he'd try to break. There is so much a man can take. I'm not sure about this one. You were all so kind to me, filled my heart with joy and glee. In the end it was for naught. Why, oh why, you ask? Why not? Okay, this is getting confusing. I watched them burn, I heard them cry. I felt a soothing warmth inside. It felt so good, I cannot lie, and for my bliss, they had to die. I'm assuming this is the other part of the first one. But let's read all of the options. What were those reasons, you might ask? The truth allow me to unmask. I see, I crave, I need, I take. This all the sense it needs to make. So, my guilt is plain to see. I had robbed the pharmacy. Yet, I did so not for gain, but so I could ease the pain. Alright. I think this is the first one. And so it reads, For your grace I do not plead, for the flames I did set free. Sisters shrieked and children cried, no one made it out alive. I watched them burn, I heard them cry. I felt a soothing warmth inside. It felt so good, I cannot lie, and for my bliss, they had to die. But now that I reread it, I realized that I misunderstood the first part. So they did not plead, I'm assuming guilty, but not because they didn't start the fire. They actually admit that the flames I did set free. They do not plead because they don't feel bad about it. Because they felt so good watching the people die in the fire, and for their happiness those people had to die. Now I think this is actually the person whose paintings we saw in the basement. But honestly, I'm not necessarily sure how this puzzle works, because putting the two parts of their tales together, I think can be done just by using the context of these texts. Whether or not they are justified or not, that's a good question. Based on what information should the player be able to decide that? However, as we explored the entire prison, we didn't really learn a lot about these prisoners. We heard about them, I think, all of them. And so we are able to connect these tales to some of the inmates, some of the locations and items and notes we uncovered. But at least in the case of this prisoner, other than the paintings, we don't really have anything, and that doesn't add any information to this tale that would make the crime justified. So I'm not necessarily sure if I missed something, or the things that we find throughout the prison are not necessarily needed to solve this puzzle. They only add to the characters. But as I said, I think we stumbled upon mentions of all of these people, all of these prisoners, or at least we should have. There is a chance that I missed someone. I did recognize a few as I read the texts on the bottom, but let's get to the next one and let's see. So this is number 1. Number 2, the wealth of others I did take. The seventh statute I did break, and yet my deeds I don't regret. I had my reasons. That is that. I'm not sure about this one. I took the child, you are quite right, carried her off into the night. She did not scream, she did not bawl. I was her father, after all. And I think the second part of that is actually this. My only daughter, joy of days. They wanted to take you away. Hush, little baby, and be still. If I can't have you, no one will. I think this belongs here. And this is the story of the person whom we found in solitary confinement. And that note wasn't about the violence that got the person, or him in this case, because we know that he was a father. It wasn't the violence that got him into solitary confinement that he wrote that confession note about. It was about the crime that he committed that got him into the prison. I took the child, you are quite right, carried her off into the night. She did not scream, she did not bawl. I was her father, after all. My only daughter, joy of days. They wanted to take you away. Hush, little baby, and be still. If I can't have you, no one will. Now that note, I think we should have it. A prisoner's confession. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I couldn't let them take you. And now you're still there, aren't you? This is a tricky one, because based on the text on the statue, it sounds like he killed her, because if I can't have you, no one will. But here, he not only admits that he feels guilty about what he's done, but the text is not exactly clear, because he starts saying, and now you're, but doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't say, and now you're dead. Instead, he poses the question, you're still there, aren't you? Where? If he killed her, then the police would have found her body. There wouldn't be a question where she is. And what I think might have happened is that he hid her, because it says here, "Hush, little baby, and be still." Now that could be taken as be still as in dead and not moving, but that could also mean that he told her to hide somewhere and be quiet. Though, yes, the line there, "if I can't have you, no one will," is still concerning, but with this one I'm not sure if this is justified or not. He did admit stealing the child or kidnapping the child. Even if it was his own, that's no excuse. But it's not obvious if he killed her. Once the sun has ceased its rain, I cut through the rusty chain, pushed the door and snuck within, filled my pockets to the brim. Okay. Mommy dearest, mommy sweet, your love for me was so deep. Why, oh why, you shouted out when my knife pierced through your heart. I think this is this one. You were oh so kind to me, filled my heart with joy and glee. In the end it was for naught. Why, oh why, you ask, why not? I think this is the second part of this one because of the same repeated question. However, I'm not sure who this is referring to. This is someone, possibly a child or, well, even an adult, who killed their mother. And how the mother asked them why they stabbed her, and the answer being why not, shows that this person was mostly psychopathic. So I don't really think that this would be quote-unquote justified, but I'm not sure who this is. My one guess is actually the photo. This one. We will be together soon. And now it makes sense. Because originally, I saw this, it seems like a mother with her child. I think her son, but I'm not sure. And when I saw this, I didn't really understand, because I was assuming that whoever was in that cell had this photo of their family, but they were not present in the photo, and maybe their family members died, maybe they killed their family members, and that is why it says we will be together soon, because they were about to be executed. They were actually in the death row section. So that made sense, but then there was a really interesting detail. the wheelchair in the execution chamber. And I thought it might be suggested that that person in the wheelchair was this person in this photo. Now, we actually did find a note about that. I'm not sure if I was able to pick that up. Apparently, no, there was a report about this execution where it was mentioned that the medical examination has to be done better because the person who was about to be executed just got up from their wheelchair and walked to the electric chair. And the guards should be informed about what the prisoners are capable of and what conditions they are in, because that is the only way they can keep the prison safe for everyone. And so that connected the visual hint of the wheelchair being there with the execution, and it seems this photo as well. So my guess, even though it's a far stretch somewhat, is that this child killed his mother and then got sentenced to death. And that is why the photo says we will be together soon. Because he killed his mother and he will soon be killed. Now, if that is true, then the text on the bottom of the statue makes sense, because as much as all of these prisoners are sentenced to be hanged, I think, this case was perhaps so violent, a child killing his mother, that he was sentenced to be electrocuted. Though it doesn't necessarily make sense why their story would be here, but I feel like that the gallows here, this puzzle, is not necessarily a logical part of the history of the prison. This is more of a representation of the twisted history of Silent Hill. And I think it's a hint that this was the only item, and perhaps the only tale, that we uncover in the death row section. So this crime was somehow worse. And that kind of adds up with not only the fact that it is a murder, but it is a cold-blooded murder based on the text that we can read here. How he says that killing his mother filled his heart with joy, and his reasoning for killing someone was, why not? So I feel like that this tale is of this person, even though I feel like I'm missing a piece. So maybe I missed the note, even though I don't really think so, because I looked around quite thoroughly. But that's fine. Let's move on. I think number 3 is looking the best. Now let's read this. I waited long, I bid my time. I waited to commit my crime. The man appeared, he saw me not. A bloody end is what he got. I have an idea. I'm not necessarily sure, but I think that this is the right one. I waited long, I bid my time. I waited to commit my crime. The man appeared, he saw me not. A bloody end is what he got. In truth, he was less man than beast, and on my flesh and soul he'd feast. My will to live he tried to break. There is so much a man can take. I think, I'm really not sure about this one, but I think this one is referring to one of the inmates on the second floor. The one who was scared of the inmate in the padded room. And why I think that is because it says that he waited to commit the crime. And he indeed warned the guards about how he feels unsafe and in danger, and he tried to escape through the hole in the wall. But then we find that note that says, "Let him come," where I said that he changed his mind. Instead of running away, he will confront this man. And as I said, we don't know what happened exactly. We know that they went through the toilets and into the shower area. But who survived, that's a mystery. I didn't find anybody's or notes, maybe I missed them again. That was one larger area, so there I can imagine a note being hidden somewhere. But I feel like reading the description, how he was less man than beast, and how he'd feast on this person's flesh and soul. That means he was tormenting him physically and mentally and perhaps emotionally, and how he was trying to break his will to live. And the last line kind of shows that breaking point, that there is only so much someone can take. There is the moment where it just becomes overwhelming, and the cornered rat bites the cat. And I feel like that's what happened. No, in what way he was tormenting him is a good question, because of the mention of flesh and soul, and the fact that they went to the showers and the attacker leaving the note how they both need a bat, and he will pay a visit to his friend and then board of the bedroom's doors kind of suggests to me that the physical aspects of the violence were not just in the form of a beating, let's say, that they were of sexual nature, and perhaps that's why he says less man than beast, even though that can be understood in both ways, because a beast of a man could mean multiple things. A beast can mean primal, both in aggression and in desires, as in lust. So it could be both, but this seems like a case where, as much as he was in prison and the other person was also in prison for some unknown crimes, he possibly killed his attacker out of self-defense. We don't know. Again, it's kind of an open-ended tale, but that's my guess. No, I wondered about the friend part, that maybe they knew each other from before prison, but I don't think that's the implied meaning. I think this was a case of violence within the prison. However, I can't really say if this was justified or not, because I don't know what happened at the end. I think this was in that area on the second floor, and by they I mean a prison guard, saw someone walking around, and that someone was probably the attacker in this case. And then he wrote "Catch me if you can" on this piece of paper as a response. And then we have the threatening note: "Shame you didn't find it. Shouldn't you know this place better than I do? No, it's too late. I'm going for a walk." So this is referring to the hidden shift, the search of his cell, all that. And then pay a visit to my friend. We could both use a bat, which is referring to the person he is about to attack, and also the location. So that makes sense. And this is the paranoid note. He's coming. I know he is. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. He'll get in, he'll get in. I still have time. I can make it. Almost through, but he's close. I can feel it. He's coming to finish it. So why he wanted to kill him is a good question. Maybe he's been hurting him, beating him up, and this was the point where he wanted to end his fun in a twisted way. And now that I think about it, it makes sense how he got into his cell, because he created the shiv out of the key that opened his cell. much like how we were able to open it. So it seems he somehow got a hold of the key and then turned it into a weapon. So it was kind of a dual purpose tool. But I also feel like that the person he was attacking, he was writing about how the bars, the walls, they can't hold him and he'll get in no matter what, which is something that he also told to the guards because of the trauma of being a victim, how he felt locked in the prison with this person who was actively hurting him, and how he felt that he cannot get away. And that makes sense why then he decided to kill his abuser, because that was the only way out of this situation. He tried to get help from the prison and they didn't care, or well, their search found nothing, and they didn't do much after that, apparently. Let him come. I think this was written by the same person and not as a response from the other prisoner, like with the guard's note. And then I think this was the last one. I told you, didn't listen. He's here. This is interesting, because the thing is, if you look at this was written by the attacker. It's nicely written with curved letters. And then we have the note from the same person, again written neatly. And then we have the note from the panicked victim. All the lines are straight. All the letters are scribbled. Now if we follow that logic, then this was also written by the victim. So this is not a threat of the attacker. This is the nervous breakdown of the victim after he killed his abuser in the showers. And that is why he felt cornered, and he lured him into the showers in a way, or he knew that that he would be attacked in the showers, since the attacker left that in the note. So he knew that from somewhere, possibly because this wasn't the first attack in the shower section. And after he finally killed him, he had this relief, but also the realization that he's a murderer, which I'm assuming he wasn't before because of the reaction. And so he wrote down, I told you, kind of screaming at the dead attacker why he made him do this, when he told him to stop, but he would not listen. He didn't listen. And this is interesting, because this is written by the attacker, but in a more hectic way. So maybe this is the first page of it. Maybe this was written first. He wandered into the showers looking for the other prisoner, and on the note he wrote he's here, but he felt scared in a way. That's why it is written in such a way. And this was after the attack. Now, it doesn't necessarily make sense that these are written down, but maybe these are just physical representations of the thoughts and words of the people. So maybe the attacker thought this while he was wandering around in the showers at night in the dark. I'm assuming it was at night, because the guard said that someone was wandering around at night. And maybe this was something that the victim was yelling at after he killed him. And it doesn't have to be taken for granted that these are really notes that people took, as much as most of them make sense. But if that is the case, then it adds up. If you look at this, I did not want to do that. If you look at this, I waited long, I bid my time. That would be about how long he's been in prison and been assaulted. I waited to commit my crime. The man appeared, he saw me not. So he was hiding in the showers. And that also makes sense with how on the last note the attacker said he's here. As in realizing that he is here. A bloody end is what he got. So he got killed at the end, and that's why the victim was so worked up that we read in that last note. In truth he was less man than beast, and on my flesh and soul he'd feast. My will to live he'd try to break, there is so much a man can take. Now this would be perhaps the closest to being justified. The one with the daughter is questionable, because I don't know what happened to the daughter. And these two, who these two, I'm not sure about. Let me actually try to make some sense of this entire place. We didn't find anything down here. In here we found the photo. Here we found the story that I was talking about. Here we didn't really find anything. And in the basement we found the person who set a building on fire, and the other one who kidnapped his daughter. But the other two, I'm not sure about. And we still have 2 rooms that are closed, and I honestly want to go back and see if I can somehow access those. Because it makes no sense to me that we have rooms that are not only marked on the map, but marked with locked doors that are not barricaded. Are you kidding me? There is no way back. Okay. Scratch that! We are working with what we have. Which is not necessarily enough, but we'll try to make sense of it. Okay, so we had the next one about the illness spreading. Guards think we are lepers now, but don't know why. But they stay away. I don't complain. This was something one of the prisoners told in a letter to a visitor. I guess this makes sense that they would write it down and show it on the page and not say it because the guards are around, and this is a more subtle way to communicate. And there were examinations trying to figure out what this illness was about, but they didn't find anything. The endurance tests were possibly morally questionable. That is probably why the person who was writing this report added "why are we doing this" in the unfinished report, and then I guess they just left this and rewrote the report without that added bit. But we didn't learn what those were about, because they were sent to the warden, but we didn't find anything in the warden's office. But indeed there was someone who not necessarily broke into the infirmary, but they locked themselves in on the upper floors leading to the warden's office. There was something about that, so that was close to the infirmary. That's my best guess for one of these. What were those reasons, you might ask? The truth allow me to unmask. I see, I crave, I need, I take. This all the sense it needs to make. I think this is part of this one, purely based on the text, because the reasons are a reference back to the first part in the second. The wealth of others I did take, the seventh statute I did break, and yet my deeds I don't regret. I had my reasons, that is that. What were those reasons? You might ask. The truth allow me to unmask. I see, I crave, I need, I take. This all the sense it needs to make. I absolutely love these tales, especially because they are written in poems. They are brilliant. But this seems to be mostly just a thief someone who doesn't necessarily care about laws, and if they want something they just take it, and that's that. There could have been something mentioning this this person. If I have to guess, then somewhere in this first area, in one of the cells of block A or block C, I'm not sure. Because I did look around there, but it's a really dark area and maybe I missed a note or a mention of it. Or maybe there was a mention somewhere? But as I said, not all of the notes are picked up, or more specifically, only the notes are added to the inventory of James. The reports that are in books or put on the walls as information or things like that, you read them, and if you want to read them again, you have to go back, which is once again something that I can't do because this game loves to lock me out of things. The one guess that I have might be the gun. They still haven't found him. Since he had the cabinet key, we should assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spare from the witness checkpoint and secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. So maybe this person wanted to steal the gun. So this could be a connection to the tale. But honestly, I'm not sure. The person who is possibly a guard that this note is referencing, who had the cabinet key, we never found him. We never actually found the cabinet key mentioned in that part of the sentence. We only found the spare at the witness checkpoint. So I'm not necessarily sure what happened there, but if this note and the tale described on the bottom of the statue are connected, it kind of makes sense. It sounds like a person who is just kind of obsessed with stealing and getting whatever they want. And I guess that's not really justifiable, so that's also out of the question. And then we have this one, which I guess goes here. I'm so concerned that it's saved. Let's see. Once the sun has ceased its rain, which is a beautiful way to say that the sun has set and now it is nighttime. I love it! I cut through the rusty chain, pushed the door and snuck within, filled my pockets to the brim. Now this is interesting because this once again sounds like a thief. The rusty chain could mean that this happened within the prison, and I have an idea who this might be. So, my guilt is plain to see. I had robbed the pharmacy, yet I did so not for gain, but so I could ease the pain. This is a tricky one, because if this took place in the prison, then this could be someone who broke into the infirmary for drugs, for painkillers, or any kind of medication, because there was this entire rumor of a mysterious illness spreading, and we heard that there was this one prisoner who locked the door leading up from the infirmary. So it could be them. I'm really not sure, and what is putting me off here is it says pharmacy, but as far as I know, the prison had no such area. It had an infirmary, no pharmacy. So I'm really not sure. That door is indeed shown as blocked. Not that a blocked door could never be opened. At least I think that the door of the toilets and shower area that was blocked was originally shown as blocked with those zigzag lines, and then it was opened up when we got attacked by all those creatures. But if I only look at the doors that are actually shown as locked with this thick red line, this one actually is shown like that because it's a door with a symbol. But if we only look at those, then we looked through everywhere except that room right there that I could not open. And I think that's really all. But there was that room floating in mid-air that I couldn't get into. And also that room right next to the entrance of the yard, but I looked at that and there was nothing there I could interact with. And we also had another room, I think, somewhere near the infirmary that I saw, but that wasn't marked on the map. That was right near the visitation room. So in theory we looked at everything. What is that on the left? I guess that's a door that leads... Oh, that's the door that leads outside, but that was blocked. That one had the bowl and the horseshoe and the random items that I still don't understand. Okay. Now my guess is that this one, not this one. This one is actually not connected to the prison. Maybe I completely missed this tale and didn't find anything about this prisoner, which would be honestly unbelievable in a not so good sense. But I don't think that this is the one that we found notes about near the infirmary. This sounds more like someone actually breaking into a real pharmacy, cutting through a rusty chain on it, and stealing painkillers. Because again, first of all, the fact that they could even cut through a rusty chain, with what? In a prison. And a pharmacy. There is no real pharmacy in in the prison, and also ease the pain, which means that this person was trying to help their symptoms to somehow survive, to deal with the pain. And whatever this mysterious illness was that was spreading in the prison, based on the reports, I think one of them said that there was no signs of any life-threatening illness and no serious symptoms. Now again, it's a good question what is considered to be a serious symptom when you are dealing with prisoners. It should be the same as with most people, but prisons are not always just, and this one in Silent Hill seems to be not really kind to the prisoners or really anyone around. But with that said, I really think that this is not about the prison one, because even the person who wrote that note to one of the visitors said that the guards are avoiding them. There was also that notice that the guards should avoid the prisoners and they shouldn't let them come near them. But that prisoner at the visitation area, they actually said that they don't mind it. Now, if they were suffering from terrible symptoms, I'm pretty sure they would have minded it. So, as much as there might have been panic and some prisoners were concerned about all this, and that's why one of them locked that gate near the infirmary leading up the stairs, I don't think someone would have snuck in to steal painkillers or anything like that. So I feel like this is not a connected tale to that. Now, which one is just is a good question. I would say it's either 2 or 4. Sorry, it's not 2. I'll find it. Sorry, it's 4 or 6. So 4 is the one with stealing the medicine. Now again, here what we are asked is choose the one justified, not the one innocent. That's an important detail, because they all committed crimes. And they all, to a certain degree, confess to that crime. But which one is justified? Now, 4 stole medicine to ease their pain. They didn't really hurt anyone, at least it's not mentioned here. It was at night. They broke into a closed pharmacy. Hopefully no one was there, no one got hurt. So all the crime was really just stealing the medicine, which is a crime, but that feels the most justified because of its intention. or because it's motif. They didn't do it for gain, to sell the drugs, but to ease the pain. Now here, this is tricky. I think this is the one that I talked about on the second floor with the showers. It is obviously premeditated because it is clearly said that I waited long. And based on this text, it ended in a murder. A bloody end is what he got. Was it a justified murder? It was somewhat in self-defense, based on the scraps that I could find in the prison. The thing is, I'm not really sure if I missed something. And that is one of the reasons why this game is a bit cruel when it comes to locking the player out of returning to previous areas. Because I even praised the fact that you open shortcuts to return to areas that you would otherwise need to reconfigure the weight puzzle, the scales puzzle. And I thought I would go through all of them, finish this puzzle, and then when I have more information for this one, maybe return to those places, figure out everything, except I cannot do that because the door is closed. So, much like with the elevator radio quiz, this part I feel like makes much more sense in a second playthrough, when you know what is awaiting you, and you look for everything in advance, and you know how far you can go. Because once you get the last weight, you pretty much have the entire prison to explore. And then you can get the lever, and then you can mess around here. And I understand the idea that the players should pay attention as they go through the game, and not only once they face the puzzle, but it requires a certain mindset that is rarely required in a modern game, and so I'm not necessarily as used to it. I don't start every game playing with the caution in mind that I have to remember everything and note down everything. Especially because this is a remake and James makes note of so many things on the map, for example. But I guess here once again the developers balance that with the fact that you can just choose randomly. Much like how you can mess up the riddle box and get slightly damaged with some acid, but you can continue the game. No, there is the big difference that is kind of an optional secret reward, whereas this seems to be part of the main story. But there's two ways to go about it. If you're attentive, you can do it the right way. if you miss some things, you just choose randomly. Because it is mentioned that you can choose randomly, I feel like that there is no wrong choice in the way that you cannot get a game over, you will not get killed. You might get an extra fight or something like that if you pick the wrong number, or numbers, there are 5 of them. And if you choose the right one, maybe you get an extra reward, or you can skip a fight or something like that. But based on all this, because this obviously ended in a murder, even though it feels like it was somewhat out of self-defense, because one person was threatening another person. I want to say that this is the right one, because the crime was only stealing, and for a understandable reason. So I think this is a bit more questionable. I wouldn't necessarily choose this one, even though it really depends on the context. But this is questionable. This one, I feel like, is the safer option. Again, this is kind of a gamer mindset logic, because we are kind of talking about the fates of people, but I feel like that a murder is much more difficult to make justifiable than stealing medicine. And, well, I'm missing quite a lot of information here, either because there's no more information in the game, which is possible, or I simply missed some notes. We will see that in the next playthrough, but for now I think we will choose 4. Indeed, we can choose any of the nooses. Fun! But if I choose a noose and slip my head through it, how will I pull the lever? Well, I'm sure someone will take care of that. Maybe Pyramid Head will be so nice and join us. Well, here goes nothing. Or more specifically, a James. Well, I'm alive. That's a good start. Question is, did I choose the right one? Why are there so many doors if they are all locked? Oh, a body. Oh, we are in a morgue. I mean, let's look around. Excuse me? That was strange. I can't really do anything here. Am I in the basement of the prison? Or this just shows where the bodies of the executed go to? Oh, really? Oh, why? I already fell so much. Okay. Let's go. They can't go much deeper than this. I hope. I was really hoping for some sort of a feedback that I made the right or the wrong choice, but apparently no. However, there isn't a whole bunch of enemies on my back, so I'm assuming I did good. Is this a cell? I have no clue what that is. Is that a picture of a picture? Well, we still have the sink, but it seems the toilet is gone. Let's jump! I'm starting to think that jumping down these pits symbolizes something, but I'm really not sure what. Maybe we are digging deeper into James's psyche. We jumped twice here. I think last time we jumped twice as well. And the time before that we jumped twice. So that might be important. Why did I even think that would be open? What is this, an elevator? Oh, yay! That was not worth it, but yay! I mean, there wasn't any way to actually activate the elevator, so I guess I should be happy that it started moving. Don't worry, those are just the building brakes. Yeah, great. At least I won't plummet to my death. Few sparks never hurt anyone. Possibly. Don't you dare get stuck now. Finally, an elevator with a door on only one side. I'm so happy. Alright, this looks different. Okay. Where the heck are we? Labyrinth? What the heck am I doing in a labyrinth? You have no idea how much I want to just walk through that door. But unfortunately, we not only reached but passed our 4-hour mark. And we have to wait till next week to continue on our adventure through Silent Hill. But we did get a few trophies. Not for progressing in the story, intriguingly. But that's fine. Let's see what we got. Again, nothing here. But we got Merciless. Finish off 50 enemies with a stomp attack. So this goes together with the no big deal and the blunt force trauma. Killing 75 enemies with ranged weapons and killing 75 enemies with melee weapons. Try to open locked doors 50 times, you never know. Destroy 50 windows. Shattered, we did get those, that's true. James of all trades, what is this? Kill at least one enemy with wooden plank, steel pipe, handgun, shotgun and rifle in a single playthrough, and we indeed did that. That's lovely. But it seems that's all we managed to do. 18 out of the 44 trophies, and we have our first silver trophy actually, which is lovely. However, I want to see my progression. It says 71% at 44 hours actually, and we are still in Toluca prison. I think we are actually in the next area, but it seems it does not want to upgrade or update to that because we are kind of in the first room of the labyrinth. But we'll see where that labyrinth takes us, and maybe in the next playthrough we will also learn what happens if we choose a different number. Who knows? But for now, I have to find someone to raid. Who shall that be? Well, I think I will be raiding Fenton Ferox, who is currently playing Hightail. So, please say hello to them. They are a low poly VTuber and a wonderful one at that. I will be back next week. I know that I haven't been streaming that much these past weeks, but I am also working on a few things behind the scenes, a few of my hobby projects that I want to get started with. But I will certainly be back next week, continuing Silent Hill 2 and returning to a game that I streamed before, because I want to clean up my backlog a bit while we go through this first playthrough of Silent Hill 2, and then I want to change my schedule system a bit. But for now, I thank you for joining me today. Have a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.